When we last left off, our intrepid heroes engaged in a duel with Teresh, or rather watched August engage in a duel with Teresh that might have gone a bit more in her favor than you would have expected, but in the end, August prevailed, and you were led into her and her brother's hideout, which turned out to be an ancient draconic structure that the dragon princess Sarris had in dreams led Rejan to long ago, because she wanted to visit her mother's grave down below. Unfortunately, in so doing, she introduced Rejan to a dragon library and prison/research complex, and he was a naughty, naughty boy once he arrived. The party made their way downstairs, talked their way past Rejan's henchmen, did not, in fact, fight a lot of wormy boys and a big gooey boy, and instead talked to Rejan, who was in the process of having a complete and total breakdown as Sarris' soul was slowly destroying his. Like trying to load the new Call of Duty onto a floppy disk, there just weren't no room.
Most accurate accurate metaphor you probably could have made.
So, the party did a bunch of magical bullshit, as you do. Eventually, they teleported Rejan's body, now occupied solely by Sarris' soul, as his soul had been exunted from his mortal coil. He took the flesh bag back to the dragon's grave under the widow bloom. Tarn talked his way past a bunch of Knights Slyreth, inserted Sarris' soul back into her body where she got EKG carded and got a free concussion out of the deal, and then returned whence you came using some teleportation magic. And Rejan was returned to his body with a revive spell. You left off with Rejan and Teresh having a long conversation about the things that they've done, and you return from taking Sarris down to visit the grave to see them speaking with August and Nahia. Nahia has used the Alter Self spell to make herself quite a bit larger and more imposing, and is somewhat shielding between the two groups, but they have not come to blows, at least not by the time you return from the depths. Also, Sarris' token seems to have disappeared.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to. No, she's not underneath the shot.
It's just underneath us. Is she underneath me? That wouldn't surprise me.
Nope, she's
She
just
doesn't seem
gone.
to be
Gone forever.
Here.
Okay.
Oh no.
Here's a new Sarris.
Oh, hi there.
She remains a cutie.
Okay. Gonna have to see how Anaya feels about, smooching her into the companionship, so to speak.
So yes, I will leave it up to you. What do you want to do now that this situation is more or less resolved?
Well, I heard talks about a regeneration ring.
We're not in the same dimension, so we can't do sendings to anywhere, can we?
Probably not. You can teleport here, apparently, but you're not sure if sending works.
I mean, teleporting works insofar as using the world's most complicated teleporter ever. So that doesn't surprise me. I assume we'd need, like, the appropriately complicated sending spell as well.
It's not an unreasonable belief.
I don't know. See if there are any books about adventures, dragon adventures and stuff that Maria would like. There's a library up there. Might as well, loan a book.
Sure.
Oh yes, and now we have Sarris, we can actually get library cards.
It's true, yes.
Yes,
I
library
believe she
cards.
was the library intern of the day when this place was last operational.
Oh, she was the assistant librarian.
Yes.
This is true. Does she have the means then to print our little pictures on library cards and make us don't have to run all the way down here to return books?
Look, you have to return the books. Like there's no getting around that.
No, of course. I was just thinking like some kind of mail-in system instead. Like it becomes a magic library red box.
Maybe there's a branch office you can take them to.
Yeah.
They said, well, they did say there were 3 more of these places.
There are indeed.
This is true.
There are
Oh no,
the
these
Southern
are
Library.
approved. Same people who do Hangman's Copses.
Yes, exactly. It's
Well,
guild approved.
think about it for 2 seconds then. We got all the information about them here. And we're stuck until tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess just entertain yourselves.
I don't think I can read a lot of that stuff anyways.
That's a good point. It's probably not all. Yeah, that's a good point. Well, you have to be able to read
folks might be able
Dragon.
to. There's more than just draconic books up there. August found himself an elvish one. Might be some tomes in Dwarven. Just looks at the Sarris is like,
She glances back at you. You don't think I know every book up there, do you? There's... Alright, I
well,
do know for sure there's a couple of books in Dwarven.
oh wow, I was actually surprised if I had anything back then.
This place is only... Thanks for a moment. Alright, it is a bit old, but still, we got new books up until the time I went to sleep. And dwarves developed writing at some point. So we have Dwarven writing.
I'm surprised it's not just a stone slab somewhere.
Yes, it is a stone slab, but it counts.
There,
We have
but it's-
parchments too. You know how expensive bookbinding is?
Not really. It's not really. Oh, time. I think it takes like maybe 5 minutes for them to like make a book now.
Well, that's lovely.
That's
Can't wait
only
to
if
see
you use that
thousands of
one.
books on shelves now.
I mean, that's only if you use that one machine, that one thing in the tower.
Yes, most books are still hand copied. But only most.
Although, wait, no, hang on a moment. There was this thing in Pergola, they called it a newspaper. Oh wait, there was also here too, because Rejan had one when he did that when there was at the coronation.
Oh yeah, this thing.
I don't know what it is they used to make those though. Some kind of thing device.
Well, I picked the stuff up after he, ripped it off. Surprisingly, the slime didn't actually get it. So just
Do I
literally get out. Let me actually get it out of my fucking backpack.
A printing press, that's what it was called.
Here. I have no idea. Here you go. I get get out the 2 halves that Rejan ripped at the coronation. It'll be a long time yet before the press is suited for books. You can see how the ink ran on that. Have that in the middle of a book and bam, It's sealed shut and unreadable.
Well, I don't know what kind of ink you guys use, but what's it called? The stuff we got down there is that's why all like dwarven stuff is red and brown because they use like iron and rust, so that stuff sticks.
Sarris will just scratch her head. Back when the library was operational, we had a magic machine that could copy books, but it was expensive to operate and took a long time. If you didn't have that, you'd have to get the thread and do it by hand. Very laborious. They didn't survive particularly well either, but you could always just rebind them easily enough. This is where I would take out a sewing kit and show you, but I don't have anything. Turns
Well,
her robe pockets inside out.
we'll be able to get you started at least. We get to civilization, and well, I imagine that you well, I imagine that given your position as Senator's granddaughter, you'll have no shortage of basically anything you like.
Hardly. Grandmother doesn't spoil. Although, if dwarves are still around, I did have 17 golden drakes in a bank account somewhere.
Do you happen to know which somewhere?
She thinks a moment. It was... Do you know of the dwarven settlement called Stone Song?
It's pop a history roll, I guess.
Just use assist for brains for this one.
Yeah, and I imagine I can get Marek to help as well.
Sure. Yeah. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to try and pull out this
No.
map so I can actually teach you the directions.
No, that's 31 with the crit.
Here's this fucking map. God damn it. Alright, anyway. She
And then
will
you
say...
discover Roll20 has changed the tire structure.
No, it's just... there we go. I just can't read. So yeah, you know that Stone Song is the next dwarf keep up the road to the northwest of the Iron Veins. It used to be quite a large trading post. Now it's just sort of a small town.
Okay, but it did survive the Imperial invasion as then?
More or less in a drastically reduced state, but yeah, it's still there.
Alright. Well, unfortunately, Stone Song's quite badly harmed during the wars. Much smaller now than it used to be, but the settlement still exists. The account may well still be open.
Well, the vaults weren't actually in the dwarf hold, from what I remember. They were in a town up the river from there, but, well, if anyone's still there, then they owe me a lot of interest.
I imagine at least the paperwork was in the hold.
Probably. Either
It
way,
just
I'm sure I
air
can
quotes
rustle up some money
paperwork.
before long. If nothing else, I can always autograph some books. I'm sure some of my tomes are still floating around. Right?
Oh, hang on a second. Let me see.
So,
Yes, actually, here. Ooh, I have this. You wrote this, right? This book on the ancient Minothan language in Draconic.
Ah, yes, that's one. And it survived. Remarkable condition.
Wait a minute. Wait a second. You're Sarris Iroka.
Yes.
Will then run and then pick her up.
Ah!
You are Sarris Iroka.
Hey,
I can't
yes.
believe I didn't realize this before. You're coming with me. We'll
shut?
pick her up and go up to the library.
Oh, I was not expecting that reaction.
Goodbye, friends. I shall miss you.
I'm gonna be following.
Be sure to lubricate.
Make sure to guard your pelvis.
Wait, what?
Oh, and now Ursula is trapped in a circle of warding.
Oh no. That's not turned on.
No, just
Yeah, no, that sealed
No.
over itself, and it's all deactivated. That's all the graphics are
but
gone.
yeah, follow suit. It's like, damn it!
All right.
Don't fight the cutie granddaughter dragon.
Seems the party is going upstairs. Let me just move you over right quick.
Honestly,
Trying
much
to-
nicer place to sit is up there anyway.
Yeah, that's where all the books are.
Yeah. If there's like a comfy sofa or something, I'm gonna go claim that with Nahia for and I sit down and read. They got a little reading nook up in this library. What's up here?
Well, given the fact that there's no air current, there's no real, decay rate.
So there does appear to be like little
Yep.
chairs and
Yeah, there are chairs, and it doesn't come across very well, but there's a second floor, like, balcony section you can sit on.
Is there a big table?
There are not any big tables, but there are lots of small tables.
There's an entire desk here.
Yes, there's the librarian's desk.
but that's not really a desk. That's a giant golden plinth.
Yes. You
Well,
can
it
sit
works.
and work
That's
on the
fine.
plinth if you want, if you don't mind Senatrea staring at you judgmentally.
Judgmental after we save her fucking granddaughter.
You're gonna get fingerprints on it.
No use saving her granddaughter if we're going to teach her uncivilized habits.
Well, that's why we're up here. Like we're literally fucking the cop block squad.
What?
Yes.
The Purity Patrol.
Hashat, are you going to explain why you're carrying her at any point?
Yes, because she's Sarris Iroka, and she wrote something very important to me, and I need to ask her how she did it, and if there's more of it.
Why
And I will
did you
put her
have to
down,
carry her
and
all
I'll
the
take
way?
out a great big scroll and unroll it. You wrote this. You compiled this genealogy of the primordials, right?
Yeah, that was me, alright.
How did you do this?
A lot of research. This was one of the things I was most passionate about when I was, back in the day, was tracing down the lineage of the other divine dragons, the primordials.
Divine dragon.
She nods emphatically. Yes.
The primordials are dragons?
And after a sense, yes. Much as grandmother is a residium dragon, the progenitor of all magic, there arose other primeval drakes that represented the actual elements. Nowhere near as powerful as Senatrea herself, but they were fundamentals to the world, and took dragon shape.
But
But what?
one
Do
of them
people not know
didn't.
this?
No.
No.
Well,
So,
sorry, didn't mean to spoil everything.
yeah, there's a lot that people aren't going to know. I'm afraid there was a more or less total collapse of civilization, and then an invasion by a magic and knowledge-hating empire.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if the other dragons have been a particular help, but I'll do what I can to fill in the blanks. I was at one point a fairly young drake, but I am a scholar of some repute, as you can tell. Research was my specialty.
Could you tell me, do you know where Baleria's temple was? Or wherever she liked to be?
Who? Oh, Bale area. Yes, of course. She will think on it a moment.
She's my ancestor, so.
So Baleria was the goddess of the sky. I think you're looking for Saracina.
No. Bring us to the Met. No, I don't think so.
Hold on, I'll bring you over to the Pantheon.
Insane. Oh, what the fuck? Why did I keep thinking it was Baleria was the Earth one?
She is a different recurring character.
Oh my god, they are dragons.
Yeah. They are in fact big dragon folk.
How did I not? Oh my! I never really picked up.
You never picked up on the scales and horns.
I don't know. I was just kind of like flabbergasted by the revelation of them being a thing and not accidentally killing Vulcanus, but regretfully killing Vulcanus. Saracina is
This
her name.
place where Ursula's slow-ass brain actually solved the puzzle.
Yeah.
Okay, well. Does she know where Saracina's domain was in the world?
Let me pop you over to the world map.
We found Vulcanus and Igniferus. Sort of.
So, I assume one of you has a actual map to pull out, and so she'll scroll it out, blink a moment. It's gonna look over at the lot of you and tap her fingers, pull you guys over as well.
Oh, this is a thing. Oh, this is a thing I haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah,
Jesus.
this is the biggie world map.
Where the fuck are we?
You guys
We're right
There.
here right now.
You
Sort
guys are
of.
here
No.
right now.
Well,
The
technically.
Dale.
Technically you have no idea where you are, but the Dethic Dale is
the
in
Dale is
Avara's
right
Hex or
there.
one adjacent to it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
there.
it's 50 miles, so no, it's right there. It's a hex above.
Something like that. Anyway.
Anyway, so yeah, she will return to the map and point right here.
Oh,
Tap, tap, tap.
Oh.
oh shit.
Oh.
The Residium field fuck place.
Gone, then.
Well,
Well, that
not-
was her
wait,
stronghold, yeah.
wait, but so
Not
if
like the
when
Wait,
it
invitation.
blew up, when they blew it up, they like blow it all upwards and like make a big hole down, or did it just sink a lot of?
So, you see that sea? That happened.
It used to be a complete landmass there.
Yeah, Sarris will pull out another book from one of the shelves, flip through it, and show you a map of this one. This was all just solid landmass with a couple of large, like, Great Lakes-sized lakes in it. This is a truly massive sea now. It was not before. She'll
Well, her
indicate
statue.
she'll indicate a point pretty much right in the middle of the Shattered Sea and say, Saracina had a temple fortress deep in the mountains right around here. I don't know what happened to it after the explosion, but I'm sure she moved somewhere else afterwards. I'm afraid I probably can't tell you where the primordials themselves have gone to.
Well,
You mentioned something about killing Vulcanus now?
that was a regretful thing that we had to do. Yeah.
Well, those mines up where the Shattered Sea is now used to be some of the richest parts of the world. You'll never find a greater concentration of precious metals and useful iron, tin, copper than right there. So, naturally, that's where Saracina kept her abode.
Well, her statue in the Pantheon wasn't bleeding like Vulcanus's was. So she should still be alive, with like the others.
Were any of the statues other than Vulcanus bleeding?
There were two others, but not the primordial one.
Oh, good. Wait, which other two ones?
Talion and some god I've never heard of.
Fair enough.
Karnas, wasn't it?
What happened to Karnas?
I said never heard of him.
She squints a moment. Well, that explains a few things. Oh dear.
What?
Nothing. It doesn't matter. I suppose I should be thankful. Yes, if you're interested in knowing, she will zoom myself dramatically the fuck out. Up here, there used to be an island. I'd assume it's still there, but in our day it was an elven stronghold. There's a huge fort there called Uthafaraga. Tritonus's lair, the Fisher King, was underneath that island. And Valeria, the goddess of skies, she'll air quotes goddess, well, she didn't have a terrestrial abode. She kept to the winds.
So she could
You
be
wouldn't happen.
anywhere.
You wouldn't happen to know where Herova might be sleeping, would you?
Sleeping?
That
Uh,
her
Wait.
statue isn't crying,
no.
but she is a vanished god so far as we can tell.
One of the
Right.
only ones that are still asleep. Or
yes, so during that great collapse of civilization, the gods briefly retired from their active role in the world. It's only in the past century that divine magic has started to re-emerge.
Szooth whistles innocently.
Yes, Sarris kind of nod. I see. Well,
it's been about 100 years, I think now, almost.
so you're saying Herona's not shown back up again?
No.
Oh, and I promised I would find her from Mori.
Morgan, why don't you know? She was your best friend, wasn't she? Moira will look askance.
She was dead before Herova disappeared.
Well, I'm glad you got better. Where Herova might be sleeping, I don't know. There's an island south of here called Herona's Womb.
Oh, we went there. Lovely
There's a-
place, full of harpies.
There's a temple there, but we never went inside. The door,
And,
the entrance was collapsed. I could get that open now, I'm sure. Probably.
yeah.
Well, I just walk through it
Well,
or
there's,
blast it open from the other side.
there's a problem with that, though, if you all remember.
Yes,
There's
sure.
more harpies
All of
there
the
now.
harpies that Hashat fucked, whatever.
Considering harpies, that's not a very big whatever. I'm a very small whatever.
I mean, was that the problem you were thinking of, Ursula? Or is there something else we're missing?
No, that was the problem. You know, like how many you lot laid down.
It was a lot. I remember now. Yes, I remember.
Yeah.
Hashat's
Yeah,
a
and-
harpy family of earth sorceress birds are legion.
I don't
Well,
think
cowards.
they're not birds. Those are going to be some very confused harpies.
Glorious mood children, I suppose. You should really go look into that at some point.
I will.
Perhaps when you're done playing War with Tarnavak. But hey, there is Herova's Womb, and then there's another place to check out as well, known as the Giant's Graveyard, which had a temple to her around it. But I'll be doing that in my own time once the once our companions have left for Climb's more diplomatic than adventurous, I suppose. Glance at Don.
Sure. If she's not on the womb, though, I would guess she's probably somewhere in the Denkaran. That was always a place of pretty substantial ambient sylvan magic. A lot
The
of Fae
where?
lived there. It's the big forest northwest of us. Yeah,
Oh, that's
I
the
assume
forest
entrance
where.
to
That's
the
the
order
forest where
is
that winter fairy came from.
Oh yeah,
yes.
you weren't you going to gift her a snow globe?
I need to have some words with her and try and sort out some inconvenient meeting we had. When we found her, was when she found us. None of us could speak to her, and it was kind of a shit show. And she did this to my head. Couldn't understand a damn thing she was saying.
Sarris is gonna hop up and sort of boop her big blue horns with your ice blue horns. I think it's a good look. But yes, there are very powerful Fae hidden away in that forest. If Herona wanted to hide herself somewhere away from prying eyes, that would probably be my second choice.
Thanks, that helps a lot.
Anytime.
That's
Wait.
all I had to ask.
Wait, stop.
Very good at waiting.
Thanks. We talked to your mother before, and there I remember something about a crater and stars.
Crater, did you say?
A long time. Yes, it's like in the forest beyond the giant's graveyard.
Sarris shrugs. Sorry, I'm not familiar.
In
Just
that same forest that her owner might be in.
Just get the map out for the local area for like a world map. Because if I remember correctly, via Ursula's memory, was that there was a massive, there wasn't, and then it became a massive meteoric strike somewhere around here.
Oh, you're probably talking about the lake here. Yes, long ago a
See,
falling star came down and blew out a chunk of the forest. It made a great big lake.
like, do you know if somebody actually went and looked at falling star? Of course, people had to look at.
I mean, after it landed.
Yeah, after it landed.
Yes, I'm fairly certain the Queen of the Forest, another of the powerful Fae, went there and built herself a keep on it.
I don't care if they're for fuck's sake, pay Wakanda. God damn it.
Huh?
It's Faye Wakanda. Because my brain was initially a meteor that a massive meteor that plunged into the area that became Wakanda.
Yeah.
And they are isolationists. And they built a nation on top of the vibranium. Star metal is adamantite in normal settings.
Look, I'm A-okay with a seclusionist village of hot black fae. It's just how I'm okay with that.
If we want to find Herona, we may have to go into that forest. It is a dangerous prospect.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, won't be rushing into that. You know, got a lot of ducks to get
No.
in a row myself, but one day I'll be heading up
Yeah.
there if I cannot find her over in the graveyard or in the womb.
Yeah, we don't have what's now that the Rejan business is done. The only thing we really have is crazy paladin and Ray.
That's not quite true. With
You have something other time sensitive.
yes, an agent I hired in Pagolith. He's holding on to some information from me, for me. But well, I didn't pay him for much exclusivity on it. So if we don't act on that within the month, then he'll, and he might sell it to some other adventurers.
Fair enough.
Okay, what's that then?
Oh, the location of Emperor Braylon's lost laboratories.
Right. Huh?
The Hobgoblin Emperor who conquered most of the continent and had tried to turn himself into a dragon.
Oh, the
Sarris
crazy,
just
the crazy
laughs.
guy.
Turning yourself into a dragon.
Right? The other craziness. Only Tarnavak could pull it off.
Hmm. Why so dismissive, Sarris?
I don't mean to be dismissive, per se, just... It's a story that keeps popping up amongst you mortals. I'll never really understand it. The obsession with shedding your mortality and ascending to be like us. Half the time we're trying to be more like you. She'll pat herself on the chest, indicating her humanoid body. Why would you want to be a dragon?
Time, power.
I mean, Ursula certainly scratches at least the surface of it, but why wouldn't you want to be a dragon? A great immortal being that can take to the skies, impervious to all damage, great wisdom and knowledge.
Keep flipping old age the finger.
Actually have long enough to act on all of the good ideas you have?
That and
Shakes her head.
Hobgoblin society sort of keeps on falling apart after like a singular generation. I think historically every goddamn time you could probably use at least a couple of those to try and change your people's proclivities.
Well, it's
Because
not
the
full
Empire's
time.
not lasted a single generation's worth of designs before they've gone back to preparing for the next war.
They have.
Your
Your-
generation's literally preparing for war right now.
Yes.
And the one before that was the one of peace, and the one before that was one of war.
That's usually how the cycle goes, yes.
Yes, and then all of the ones before Braylon were pretty much the same dynasty.
True, but same dynasty of unmentionable proclivity.
Yes.
Leading all the way back endlessly at the tournament until you reach the reason your race is so full of hate commonly for wizards and women.
Yes, but that's... It's not... Can't really call it the society collapsing.
You're right. I'm being unfair, I suppose. More to the fact, it feels like I don't know how to put it. I suppose I've only ever been an outward observer anyway. Doesn't matter what I think or say.
Well, it is what I think it's what's called. Ursula switches to a higher voice and speak in Elven. Gross simplification.
She's learning.
No, I know it means like you take a lot of stuff and throw it all into one bowl. but I don't know like the actual word for it. Just, dragon song. Like I still have those memories.
I mean, a gross simplification is quite good enough.
While you've been talking, Sarris has walked off and now returns with a quite large leather-bound tome, which he will present to Tarnavak. Here. If all you're saying is true about your homeland, I suggest you read this.
The Lusty Argonian May.
Whoops. Let me put that back.
What is the actual title?
The actual title is simply On Rulership. Presented to you, say. This was written by, my father. His thoughts on the time he spent as consort of the Draconic Empire.
I'm a little confused why that was in the restricted section.
Honestly, I am too, but that's where I felt I would find it.
Fair enough.
Maybe there's some tasty extra chapters that got added after I went to sleep. Apparently, things didn't end well for my father, from what I understand.
You, Oh, this is... I get the impression you would appreciate knowing the full story of what you've missed.
Sure, though it sounds like you're about to emotionally traumatize me.
You're, quite possibly, yes, unfortunately. Shall we take a seat?
Alright, let's put the dad voice on. Sarris will seat herself on top of a little crystal ball.
Szooth will take Ursula directive and sit in lap.
Oh god, you're so heavy!
Not when the suit. Szooth was out of it. He was doing calibrations.
It is typically bad form to start near the end, but I think it would be best in this case, and then fill in what leads up to it. Your father, are you aware that he was known as the Worm of World's End?
I've heard the moniker rattling around in Rejan's brain. I know he snapped. That's why Mother put me to sleep.
Unfortunately, well, your mother was not able to restore his sanity, and in order to stop him, a human hero is forced to drive. Well, is forced to use the Sword of Vengeance to put him in a coma, where he remained for almost 1,000 years, where my people found him.
Almost 1,000 years. Does that mean is he alive?
He remained asleep after the Emperor found him. The laboratories of which I spoke are where he was kept. His blood was taken in the effort to transform Brayland into a dragon and to create an army of half-dragon goblinoids. The heroes who eventually killed Brayland removed the Sword of Vengeance, and your father awoke. From here, I don't know much of what happened. It's supposition and hearsay for the most part. But what we do know is that the last time anyone saw him was on flight to a haunted island where the god-slaying vampire Winter dwelled.
Means Sir August.
Aye,
Man who's downstairs right now.
yes. Oh, he is in many ways a different man than he was then, at least if the stories are to be believed.
Sarris sets her lips, thinks a moment, closes her eyes. Fine, okay. I came to terms with that a long time ago, though not necessarily in that detail. I doubt 1,000 years of being drained and comatose did any favors to my father's mental state, so I'm sure Sir August had no choice in the matter.
I am sorry, Sarris.
It's okay.
I believe one of the heroes who was in that fight is in fact still alive.
The Archmage Celadre.
Oh, I guess that's two, actually, yes. Celadre, the fairy wizard Celadre, and the former queen Skaza.
But who knows where Skezer is? It's
I have a question. Why don't we just ask August what actually happened?
Well, I guess he was there.
Yeah, it's like if he was there and he's still alive, like you can actually get an answer to what happened.
I'm almost afraid to ask, but I will in time, I'm sure. So, what
Oh.
else have I missed over the last 10 centuries? Apparently, there's been some civilizations ending and invasions. What are the highlights there?
Oh, that's also tied to August. Well, back then he was Lord Winter.
It's a stupid name. Why would he go by that?
I think his reasons was because his family were assholes.
Well, yes, that is undeniable.
I think she more meant the name convention.
It's
It's simultaneously distancing himself while still keeping the theme. If you speak with him, you'll quickly find he has a very particular sense of humor.
That's a very polite way of saying he's a jerk.
I
Well,
always
he
found
sort of
August to be
had
the most
reasons back
tolerable of the
then.
royal family, but alright.
Yeah, but he sort of had reasons to, like, be one.
Yes, I'm aware of what happened. You must remember, in my perspective, that was the hot news of the day.
Yeah, can you, what's it, Tarnavak, can you, like, give her, like, the full briefing on, like, what exactly happened?
I feel like we can skip over most of that, though.
Yeah, if you want to just give her the
A few hours
clip
later.
notes of the fall of winter, etc. I guess the real question is there anything in particular you want to leave out? Or any biases you would like to impart in your telling?
We'll make an
Well, the royal family was technically like doing everything fucking wrong, and were literally the instigators.
You were.
And they,
But
yeah, and technically they were unrepenting of any shape or form, and just kept escalating.
I will do what I can to give her the just complete picture. including the worst, well, not in great detail, but the bad bits of both sides, as I know them. She is a very intelligent woman. She is capable of forming an opinion of her own. I don't need to drip feed her one.
Fair enough. As you're recounting events as you know them, and she will ask you a question that you might not know the answer to in this timeline, which is when the war broke out in full, who did the dragons side with?
There. I can't go down and ask him, or bring him up.
Oh, I know the answer to that question.
Well, I know the answer for Lyris and the Frost Drakes. They had entered a period of seclusion following the death of the Princess Sankara. A few of their knights did fight, but and they fought, from what I know, on the side of the elves. But I cannot tell you how many, nor of the other dragons.
I see. A lot of us had been debating back then if we should fight, and if so, for whom. The elves weren't exactly a kingdom known for their justice and fairness, as you pointed out yourself. Some of us thought we could bring out a better side of Sir August, although that was before Talion happened. I don't know what happened to the rest of the dragons after that. I went and hid in the library. My mother came and got me.
Well, okay, this is too many. There's too many. What if? What of that? What of that? Stuff goes down and go fetch.
Yeah, you can spend a few minutes retrieving grumpy Uncle August.
The people down below, probably could do for a break anyway of not being around each other.
Yeah, so now it's just
Yeah.
Rejan and Paresh down there.
Probably for the best. Rejan probably needs to sleep.
Yeah. Well, come on. Well, what is it? What?
We've been filling Sarris in on lost time.
August turns around and goes back downstairs.
No. Get back here. Get back here. I'm stronger than you. I'll carry you back.
Fucking
I will
cocksucking
literally
dwarf!
drag you
Get up.
kicking and screaming.
No.
Fine. So, what specifically do you want to know? looks at Tarn like, don't ask about the dad. You can see that in his eyes. Just do not ask about the dad. Please, for the love of God, don't ask about the dad.
Yeah, that's going to be on her to do at some point later, but we were... There's a... While I've told what I know, there is a lot of your civil war that I don't know. And included in that is the role the dragon has played. I know some were against you, but cannot speak for all of them.
Yeah, there were a few that fought against, mostly the Rejan errants. Oh, a few did fight on our side. Mostly the friends I'd made while I was engaged at Kara. More fire drakes joined us than anything. Big proud flock from the south. They'd been tired of getting bullied around by Senate Freya's. Yet, thought it was time for the fire dragons to assert themselves over the cold. But by and large, most stayed neutral, stayed out of it. Went and performed that soul experiment that revived Senate Freya herself. Exactly what or how they pulled that off, I don't really know. It's that most of them perished in the doing. Your mileage may vary if that was worthwhile or not. Sure they think it is, the smug little bastards. Sarris will huff a bit at that. I'd like to think that bringing my grandmother back to life is worth it, yes, though perhaps not at the cost of so many lives. She'll
Well, they usually say that the cost of great things are often lives. The greater the wonder, greater the cost.
That sounds like my father speaking. August wince a bit. Yeah, yeah. Like I can fill her in on the what and how if you don't, well, if you trust me not to fill her head with lies and misinformation, that is.
Well, if you promise not to lie and misinform her,
Well, I've considered you many things, but liar has honestly not been one of them, at least.
I mean, there was that whole brief bit where you claimed to be a cat.
I didn't. Well, okay, let me reform. A good liar.
Listen, if we say that acting is lying, then we ought to cut the tongues out of every theater troupe performer. But yeah, right.
okay, that is true. For
Right.
the sake of peace, you were a cat boy. So that I think that's actually a good. It's not really a lie.
Fair enough.
All right. So, let's start at the beginning. Right about when you ought to have gone to sleep. Right when Italian got what was coming to him. And yeah, we can fade out on what will no doubt be an hours long retelling. As for the rest of you, is there anything you'd like to accomplish here in the library other than completing with your wives?
Are there actually some books
Well,
on Minotha in here?
Yeah, doubtless.
I would
Minotha had
definitely like
already
to find
fallen by the time fall of winter, but there are
Yeah.
books by and about Minothans.
I would like to look for those.
Sure. If you can't find them yourself, Sarris will inevitably be able to direct you. So, is there any specific information you're looking to find, or do you just want to grab some general knowledge tomes for later?
I want to look more into the fall of Minotha.
Okay.
What do they know about it? Because I know what I know about it so far. What we've been able to piece together so far on it. But what do the dragon's historical texts have on the fall? They might
Okay.
have a different perspective on it, or some information that we don't know.
Yeah, so from the dragon's perspective, you got the time and assistance needed to just kind of find this out on your own after a few hours of reading. It's more or less what you sort of piece together yourself. They don't know exactly who it was, but Talion got real pissy with someone in the Minothan court. They speculate it was a spurned love affair of some kind, or perhaps a cuckolding. Either way, Talion bestowed a tremendous curse on the female sex of Minotaurs, reducing their brains to relative mush, which rapidly caused the empire at large to collapse, and more specifically, has levied an unending localized curse on the capital itself, which a dragon scholar, will lead him to speculate that it's probably either the queen or one of the princesses who directly caught Talion's ire.
Do they have any theories on this curse and how it might be potentially broken or settled?
About how it's broken? No. In fact, there's a distinct lack of anything related to potentially breaking it. Like
That's
the
weird.
idea didn't even enter their minds.
That's strange.
Ask Sarris about it. She'll just kind of shrug and say, "It was the edict of a god. Who's going to tell him no?" So yeah, they do not know how it might be broken, but they are entirely sure that it is localized on the female sex, and its locus was uh, in Dalmanotha itself. And there's also some reference to a prison of some sort, though you're not entirely sure what that's about. The references are vague and mysterious.
A prison?
Yes, a prison of mirrors, it's called. You just
There-
see a couple bylines about intelligence locked away within.
That would make sense. Those old elven mirrors, they are stories that people used to be able to walk through them. But when the greater curse on my people broke, thanks to some adventurers, all of a sudden the mirrors couldn't be stepped through anymore.
Sarris will blink a couple times. Wait, you can't go through the mirrors anymore.
No, they stopped working. In that function, anyway. Right around the time my people got their sense back to them.
Huh. I guess they broke the prison then. Well, Congratulations on getting your brain back. I was always rooting for you.
Yeah, it's great. Sort of. I mean, no, it's great. It's just I'm sad my people don't really have a culture or a civilization anymore.
Yeah. I would normally agree, but Dalmanotha was kind of the slave capital of the southern world, so...
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, Morrigan mentioned something about that.
Sorry, not sorry, I guess. The whole species didn't deserve what happened to them, though. That much I'll tell you.
Still no idea how to fix this curse, really, then.
Well, it was going to be many things, but
I don't suppose
nothing
you
was
can read
easy.
this book.
What was that, Szooth?
I was just saying, I suppose it was never going to be easy. Although, to be honest, with everything going on, I had completely forgotten about gearing it. Maybe now that we have some downtime and a library at our disposal, we could read and figure out a way to find out.
Maybe. And what's this book?
While we were in Dalmanotha, a daughter of the queen, a paladin of Talion, she had this book with her, and it seemed like her spirit had been trying to open the book for as long as she was a spirit, which could have been a very, very, very long time. I guess I'll take out the golden book of Talion or whatever the hell it is. Some holy book. At least it looks holy.
I'm not a paladin, or a cleric, or a priestess, or a Talionite. I'm probably not the person to try and translate this.
There are precious few
Wait,
Talion followers left.
Side eyes towards
I
August.
feel like we have.
I mean, have we since he became
No,
mortal?
not since he turned back into a regular elf. No, we actually haven't. Part of me thinks it still won't work because why would it? But then again, why wouldn't it? Hey, August, you want to try giving this book another look?
Can't wait to find out what new and exciting torches this thing has in store, but sure. Brought over there. Oh, fuck's sake, at least clean
Well,
yourselves up.
I mean, it would have come back to the central area. Gosh.
Take the book. Retreat.
Ugh.
Sarris is gonna go over. Are you making a mess out of my library?
No.
He
That was a very
scowls.
guilty sounding no.
No, they're not making a mess out of the library.
When I start
They're
hearing
making a
accusations
mess
about mess
in
in
the
the
library.
library. Uh-oh.
Hashat, please, those are very valuable books.
The books are fine.
Are they? I've seen how productive you are.
They're fine.
I mean, Szooth, you've also seen how elastic an elf is.
Fair enough. As long as there's no mess.
We'll clean
What
it
are you
up.
just gonna like cork or hole just so that it does spew everywhere?
Can
Damage to
we
the
not
knowledge here
talk
could be
about my plug collection in front of the princess?
Wait,
August
you have
just
a
starts
plug
laughing
collection?
uncontrollably.
Oh, so that's what that was.
Do I know prestidigitation? I don't. Neither does Tassie.
Oh.
I mean, if she wants a real one, I know exactly how to get that.
No, her elfness. Alright, so August is gonna take the book and go over to the nearby stack and have a sit down. Alright, let's see if this just burns my fingers off. Nope. No, it does not. Great. Open it up.
It's
read
close
through.
by in case something fucky starts going on.
Well, we Talionites had a cipher we used, and it changed every few years, used for priestly communications. This seems to be written in that, but looking through it, it's pretty old. When the fuck did Dalinoth Paul? Was I even alive? I think I was. Yeah. And still, it's an old-ass cipher. It'll take me a while to translate it if you want.
Yes, please. I'm
That
glad you
said,
can read it now.
weren't you chuckle fucks going up to that temple anyway?
Yeah.
It'd probably take a
twin
lot
temple.
less time if there's a middle ground cipher between this and what I was used to, which I will add, I have not used in 1,000 years.
Wouldn't the cipher and the temple post date yours?
It depends on when the temple fell. I don't know exactly when they stopped using it, but if it has an archive or a library, there might be older samples still tucked away. That's one thing you can say about the Talionites. They didn't throw information away. Hoarded it, practically.
Wow. Finally one admirable thing about them.
Yeah, well. Italian himself was a cock, but some of his priests knew what they were doing.
Shame that there's no real historical record of any of them.
August just shrugs. Anyway, it'll take me a couple weeks to pull through this on my own, optimistically. You're not in a rush. I can just sit around on my ass, not like I have anything better to do.
Alright, I have a question.
Potential answer.
Well, the thing that makes copies of book and stuff, if you teach it or like give the cipher to it, can't they like just print out?
No, it just makes one-for-one copies. Actually, funny story, I tried to put a book through there that had a cat's paw print on one of the pages. The copy had the paw print on it, too.
That's cool.
It is, except I still can't read what the fuck that cat smudged out.
That would be an issue.
It was a noun, too. Changes the whole meaning of the sentence. Oh, well.
There have been a few books I've come across like that. It's quite clear at some point some arsehole animal just knocked something on it, so whoever got it next copied it completely wrong. And then you've got this later copy, and then eventually you find this older one, and it's basically means completely opposite things.
Yeah, that'll happen. That is one of the things the Italian knights of old tried to root out, keep information intact. But, well. Anyway, librarians are great. Probably get more of those, and scribes that are competent. Yeah.
Okay. I guess you keep saying that the Tellarknights don't throw away information, they save their stuff, yada yada, and all that stuff. That means like they have like libraries or like vaults or places that they save stuff like that.
They did, yes.
I presume they're old temples?
Yeah. Yep. And every temple had a library, every temple had a collection of spell books and ritual books and all sorts of historical miscellany.
You wouldn't happen to know where they are, and if any of them weren't, raised.
How thorough were you?
Also shifty eye. Look, as the champion of Talion, that's all mine now. So I don't know what you want.
Have you been visiting them, or?
No, I went around in the war, burning all that shit down. Obviously, I scooped up all the useful shit before I torched the buildings. And because I hate Talion doesn't mean I stopped believing in some of the things he taught.
Wait, you set stone on fire?
Most temples aren't made of solid stone. Most of them, they're like... Especially, Talion was an elven god. Most of them were wood.
That's stupid. Why would you make something out of wood? That thing rots.
Not when you
burn.
treat it correctly and have a druid look at it.
Yeah, but it can still burn.
Yes, it can. Remarkably well, too.
What was that?
That's why stone is so much better.
Be fair, Ursula. Stone can melt. Just takes more effort.
You can also blast stone apart with thunder.
That gives you... Well, yeah, but you don't tip a candle and suddenly the entire fucking temple is on fire.
That normally doesn't happen with elven temples, or didn't. You have to do quite a lot of effort actually to burn them down.
Were they actually made out of living wood?
Most of them. I don't know if you've met any... He pauses. Alright, back in my day, elves used to live in trees. And when an elf lived in a tree, we had druids who could shape the trees to make them nice places to live, instead of being underground and shitty in caverns like bugs. Cassie throws something at him, which just leans aside and dodges. So yes, living wood temples, and we had druids, and They worked with our priests to make the nice temples. It's very nice. And then you murder the druids, and then you light the temples on fire. And you watch.
And then you get an erection.
You say that as if it's in the future tense.
Gods, you were an arsehole.
Frankly, the only time I want to think about Winter's erection is the thought of punching it.
Sarris is
that
just
was
sitting
back
over there
then,
looking
at
horrified.
least. Yeah, like that was probably back then. Like right now, you sort of like you probably go like, that was actually a very nice place. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe.
Well, he still has some years left in him. We'll work on reformation and making up for all lost time, for all the sins, the many, many sins.
You can't make me regret the Italian temples. The rest, meh.
No,
The architecture
I
was a
can make-
loss.
I doubt I can make you regret many things, but I can at least try to make you a better person.
Wait,
Right now, you're actually doing a good
Wait.
job. You're still just an asshole in tone.
Szooth, you're right. And August, you're right.
About what?
The elf dudes that saved information. They wrote that stuff down, yes? And then
Italian
made copies of
Knights.
books. Yes, those stuff. About elf culture and history and stuff like that. Where do you think they put copies of that? Just make a gesture to this fucking library. Like, how to make 3 houses? 3 forts? Maybe that information is here.
I don't know if we need it. I'm fairly certain the difficult part of that is convincing a druid to do it. That's still just something primal magic can do.
Well, yeah, but how it's done and how you like the step by step, that kind of thing. Like you build a house.
The thing that's probably been lost
Maybe-
is the architectural style, if you'd call a tree that. I think you'd fucking draw one, but I think the elves of today are just perfectly happy living in a cave.
Well, oh, wait. But, first, bro. Norwood.
Lord Starshaper seemed to know what he was doing, Ursula. It's just a matter of the amounts of magic.
Well, yeah,
Sarris
but
appears next to you.
I don't.
Lord Starshaper's still alive.
Ah! Not
Hello?
the one you are thinking of. Not Saladron Starshaper. This is one of his descendants.
She blinks. He had children? I thought he was gay.
I am, that was, but he was a Starshaper, wasn't he, Savin?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
And also, this is like the 3rd time some old person has said exactly that.
Well, if he was, he could at least keep it going once he was in the middle with a woman.
Huh.
Maybe he wasn't that gay.
I guess not. Well, that gives me some hope for elven culture at least, and magic. You said a starwood tree, and they actually
Oh,
have one that's still
the
alive.
tiny sapling?
It's across the bay and a little ways to the north, a couple of 100 miles. And I'll pull out map and point. Here,
Where
there,
Cass is
growing
from?
one. Before she joined us, she was one of its caretakers.
That's stupendous. I'm so glad some of them are still around. Those trees mean everything to the elven culture. And
This
some of the
is
most powerful magic around.
As Ursula said, this is a sapling. It's a
I
new
think it's
growth.
the only one.
Sure, but the way August told it, it's like they'd all died off. I'm glad any survived. Especially with a Star Shaper to care for it. That's, after all, where the name comes from. They care for Starwoods.
Huh.
Oh, and what's the name? Nahia. Nahia got the actual old staff out of it. It's one that was made from like an actual tree, not sapling. Hey Nahia, you want to show your nice stick?
No, fuck off.
I think she meant your weapon.
The one you bonk
Oh.
people with.
Ah,
No, I'm busy anyway. Doing anything other than talking about the same things again. Yeah, anyone who comes around the corner into the reading nook will see Nahia just like desperately trying to catch a fucking nap.
I mean, we are quite some distance away, and we are talking at talking volumes, so yes, you probably can.
So this place is what's it called? The illusion here said this place was an observatory as well.
Orrery.
Orrery.
Sarris will nod and gesture towards the ceiling. It fills with a map of the stars, yes. You can examine the motions of stars and planets. See how they orbit the sun.
Could this be used to look at other things other than the stars?
Like what?
I was just wondering if this thing could like be used to juice up a scrying for
No.
oh.
It's not it's not a scrying device. It's an illusion that's been programmed in a very, very specific and painstaking way using a great deal of math. I can find you the book if you want, but someone used mathematics to plot out the exact orbit of the planets. And with that, we were able
yeah,
to
I'm
program
with
this.
Tarn here.
Well, no, the stars don't orbit the sun. Our world orbits the sun, and oh, you're all so stupid. Oh, I'm sorry. She will just kind of grab Tarn's shoulders.
You said, and I'm going to quote you here, you can map out the stars as they orbit the sun. I'm
yes.
familiar with the heliocentric theory, and
Okay, good. I'm
you know,
glad
there's
that's
decent
still around.
there's decent evidence for it. Not well, still some evidence against it, but it's suitably compelling. But
Right. Okay. I might have spoken in haste, but yes, the stars do move as well. They don't orbit us per se, but they do move in certain ways, and long-lived creatures like dragons are capable of observing them. We theorize, though we can't yet prove, that each individual star is its own sun, orbited by countless worlds, just like ours.
they aren't.
No, they're not pinpricks on a glass sphere around our solar system or anything like that.
Oh,
Wait.
the prevailing theory isn't a glass sphere. It's a metaphysical sphere, a division. A division between this plane and the dream. And they are where and they are one of the sources of magic alongside Residium.
Well, they might be. The sun itself, we think, has a residium core. It's just perpetually on fire and molten.
Wait. Stop. Wait.
Mm-hmm.
A sun is a star, and a star is a sun,
Right.
and a
We
sun
think, anyway.
has planets.
Yes.
Okay, you think.
We believe there
think
could
they
be
have
countless
planets.
worlds out there, just like ours. Whole civilizations.
But stop. But think about this. If there is, do they have their own gods and dragons?
Well, only grandmother could tell, and she's never voiced an opinion one way or the other on any scientific matters.
Yeah, that's like because we have the god of blah 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 blah, but doesn't mean they're only the gods of this world and not all the worlds, or
Oh, I thought the sun was Wovar.
I don't know. Well,
Well,
the Sun of
yeah.
Wovar's domain.
And as well as consider it. We don't even have to go to other worlds to get into the multiple gods theory. Remember, until the awakening, well, possibly even now, there is dispute about whether all of the gods are the same for all of the races. Hobgoblins, at least, there is still a proclamation that Agarash is but one of a great pantheon, and, well, everyone else is false. Or at least degenerate.
No way. It's like then the question. Wait. So should no wait. Slightly smoking from the ears. Does that mean that you are made in its image, or is he like a brain
Once-
picture of hobgoblins, like in like magic picture illusion of hobgoblins? Projection.
Well, that is experimental theology there. But
Of what?
Do you want to know my favorite philosophy? I met this amazing ascetic living in the mountains once, who was convinced, absolutely convinced, that we were all just illusions. Just like this orrery created by the gods, because they were all very lonely. And none of us are real. We're all just figments in the dream. Isn't that great?
You guys are nerds.
I am just recounting something someone told me once. That does not make me a nerd. How dare you? In my own house. In my library.
You and
No,
I mean
that-
Tarnavak and Szooth as well.
I think it was a name, Sarris here. What was the name of like the head of the Coven Stones, like the really smart cat girl? What was her name again?
Rebecca.
Yeah.
She's the one we call the Mad Bomber. They actually founded their emporiums.
Yeah, I wasn't so right on the name because there's been various like writings of how she pronounced the name, so I wasn't so sure. Like they said she was like the smartest, like science alchemy cat girl. I think she would have liked her.
I mean, you say
Well-
would. One
Think
of
about
the it's probably just paranoia, but the Imperial military never actually listed her as dead.
Maybe she became a lich.
Wait, that would make her over 100 years now.
But, well, you've met Jacquard. He's lived far longer than that, and he's just an alchemist as well.
So you're saying that Pergolith is keeping their smartest, most dangerous alchemist hidden, and one of the biggest enemies of the Hobgoblin Empire just ready in case.
That is... well, I can't tell you that's what I'm saying because I don't know. But the Imperial Military Academies, they have provisions for if an officer should encounter the Mad Bomber, how to appropriately withdraw and who to pass that information to.
You guys really don't like her.
No. You, Ursula, someone doesn't get the nickname the Mad Bomber through being a nice and lovely person. They get that through terrifying their enemies to the core.
Wait. So if you're so afraid of her, what about... Wait. Didn't they get their Cobblestone Emporium? But you had a lot of children.
Oh yes, but the only one of them that lived up to her died.
Night. Blowing himself up.
Savin, how did the nuclear scientist actually officially die?
Yes, Haskell Oppenheimer died in a mysterious lab explosion, which no one was really that surprised about, to be quite frank. He claimed he was inventing a new magicless explosive, and then exploded.
Aye, laboratory explosion.
Very weird.
How anticlimactic.
Yeah, it's like oh, we're specialists in explosions. Dies from explosions. Like that is weird. Yeah. I don't know what the hell how they do that.
I mean, to me, it just sounds like the status quo. It's like saying adventurer dies off adventuring.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's like a fish drowning in water. It's like
Not quite, because he was trying to make a new and better and non-magical type of explosion. Just not even magical alchemy, just pure science. And, well, he succeeded and died. At least as far as the world knows.
okay, that sounds like a lot of big brain thinking that I don't really understand.
I mean, it is entirely possible that, Aruna have him in an underground laboratory with his with his alchemically de-aged mother, producing vast weapons of war for any case in which the Empire invades. But to be frank with you, at that point, he's not the one we're concerned about.
That is true.
Well, unless he is possibly the one we're concerned about if he can reproduce that detonation.
Which detonation? Sorry, there have been a lot of nouns thrown around I'm not entirely familiar with.
It's I'm not sure if it was real. Oh, well, I know the detonation was real, but I don't know if the stories I heard about it are real. It was alleged that he made a bomb out of residium.
Wait, why would you blow up money like that? Magic.
Oh, goddess.
Yeah, it's part of why I don't entirely believe it. That was the theory. That was the theory being thrown around in intelligence circles. That or...
Like, was it any good?
Oh, well, it was supposed to blast out a new valley for the dwarves to establish a settlement in. And it apparently turned into multiple miles wide and crawling with magic.
Ah, yes. I remember doing some research on that. A while ago, my ancestors felt a strange pull towards the place. Apparently, it attracted monsters and anything that ate magic, or was attracted to it for miles.
Oh, you mean...
How big are we talking?
Very big. Frankly, the landscape will never recover from it.
What? What? Hey, I will say one. Okay, okay. I was gonna try and defend that, but then I remember, like, he was a dwarf.
He was a dwarf working for and funded by dwarves, making a thing for dwarves. Yes, this was dwarf all the way down.
His mother was, and his mother was a character, so he was a like, just like Ursula. It's like, I can't really defend the half part, okay?
Yes, the estimates I heard, they ranged from 2 miles across to 10. And like Szooth, you're telling me... Yes. Szooth, you're telling me your people actually felt a pull. Like, this would have been 20 years ago, or 21.
Oh, yes. It was a very far-reaching pull, apparently. We didn't exactly know the phenomena, but once the histories was made, I was able to connect the two.
And here I thought it. Oh. Yes, if he is able to make another residium explosive, then yes, he becomes more of a threat to than the Mad Bomber. But that's the sort of thing that that the Empire doesn't want to think about.
It comes up so rarely, but a sense like that, we kobolds certainly know to stay away from. If even we got the pull, then I can only imagine the even more primordial and stronger beasts that were drawn towards it. It would have never survived. Not that we could have gone towards it anyways. We were on the island still back then.
I can understand that. Be a lot of, that's horrible. Oh yeah, but if you just like Tarnavak, if you just think about it, if her son knows it and then he tells her how to do it, then you just imagine the mad bomber with all those explosives.
On one hand, that's a terrifying thought, but on the other, that is a very compelling point against them both being still alive. Because the Empire would have been bombed off the face of Iona before then.
You people are horrifying.
I'm sorry, Sarris. We are,
Well,
we try to be better than this, but, well...
Merzidium's the lifeblood of the world, and you're using it to make bombs. Blowing up miles of the earth just for what?
Well, as I said, in that first case, it was to turn a great area of the earth into a new home for people who had lost theirs. A new dwarf hole the size of their old cities that the hobgoblins burned down.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, that like when the hobgoblins came, they brought hobgoblin stuff. Everything else was just makes the hand motion of just wiped away.
Part of being
they came with a lot of, so, and then they invent something that scares the living shit out of every living being. So like, okay, stay on your side, then maybe we can, rebuild from all the devastation that, all the beatings, murder, rapes, all that stuff that happened.
Part of being a historian and learning about the different cultures is also learning about the many mistakes they make, all of them seemingly the same one and just a different variation.
The same one?
Well, I wouldn't say residium bombs as something that's been done before, but on smaller scales, or even larger scales. We have Lord Winter that's caused the genocide of at least 2 species. We have many different times where history and magic and weaponry has been reforged and remade for war, and has been responsible for great atrocities.
I see what you mean now.
Even some of the greatest advancements started off with wholly good intentions and were found ways to be weaponized or used by people with ill intent. It's simply what happens with the world. Residium, even being the lifeblood of the universe, our world as we know it, would be no exception.
Oh, right, inventing. I was looking at all these flags. See if I can find something.
The wonderful thing about learning all the horrible things that have happened through history is that the knowledge helps you avoid making the same mistake again. It's why, despite the gods wanting me to say otherwise, I pressed on trying to help tell the truth, even if it does not cause any immediate good.
Anyway, before I just become horrified at the less important, apparently, things that I've missed. Yes, Ursula, what were you looking for?
Well, a lot of stuff were like destroyed and desecrated and just ruined. A lot of like old dwarven forging techniques and stuff and whatever.
So you're hoping we have some records of those here?
Yeah, like
Hmm,
well, it would be nice to know that. Hey, maybe it's not all literally lost time.
possible, but physical craftsmanship wasn't really this library's specialty. Still, it's possible we have a few things. I'll do a look
Yeah,
around.
but we like dwarves like to, in case like normally they like teach hand-on techniques, but they also know that, well, in case that you don't have a chance, you have to like save it somewhere, and like if you find a worthy apprentice or like a prodigy, that information shall be handed to them. Blah 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 blah.
Well, that's normally the function of the
Like
Temple
that.
of Kandarn, but like I said, we probably have a few things here. Let's see. Do you like bronzesmithing?
I don't do smithing. I know people who do. I was from maid, so
Actually,
and I whack things.
okay, right. That's probably not terribly useful considering I see steel weapons. But statuary? Dwarves had a rich statuary tradition once upon a time that had mostly fallen away by my era, but if you want to reinvigorate your culture, she will take down a number of books and show them to you, full of uh, quite detailed sketch drawings of enormously fertile figured, like Venus statues. Here you go. And here are some warrior statues. Pulls out another book. Thump. Oh, and there is this book on funerary statues. Oh, these are quite lovely. In the olden days, they'd make these just precious gold masks for the dead. Back when Morgan was, grave guarding and everyone wasn't worried about zombies. Thump. I always wanted to be buried with a dwarven funerary mask, but they'd gone out of style.
He just looks at the Venus, like the so-called air quote, the Venus statues. Like looks at it, just puts it against herself, trying to compare. Like,
Yeah, yeah. when we're talking about a dwarf like Ursula, it's almost not that exaggerated. It's still exaggerated a little bit, but you
we've
Kirby's help.
seen that Ursula art. She is thicker than a snicker.
yeah, that's the because like metallurgy and like crafting of old. That's like we know that there are several ancient massive stuff that's been lost to time. So she's trying to see if the dwarves have anything, and like maybe see if any of that human stuff or maybe elven stuff is still here.
Well, someone who patronized this library was very interested in dwarven statuary. Oh, and pottery too. But as far as more modern weapons and such things, I don't think we have anything that's quite suited for your taste. From what August says, dwarves didn't get blasted back that hard in his war, so you're probably not missing all that much. Dwarven
Well,
culture is remarkably
it's
continuous.
not the. Yeah, but it's not so much like the stuff he did. It's like what the Hobgoblins did.
Well, sure, but still, it's not like you've lost the ability to smith iron and steel. That's the sort of thing you
Oh
could
no,
find here
no,
in the
not
library, but specifically
yeah.
more modern dwarven crafts, no. I can tell you all about prehistoric, well, very early historic dwarven culture, though. That we have in spades. So if you want to bring something new back to your people, then old is new. Also, these statues are lovely.
Yeah, it's like I'm just looking
Sarah's
at
just
it and
like
be
some
like,
real
ah,
thick.
Well, she's mostly pointing at
like I'm
the
just looking
funerary
at.
statues, but yes, that too.
She's also incredibly goth.
Yeah, I'm also just saying that, like, yeah, looking at this fertility statue, it's like,
This one's called the Dwarven Mithras. Isn't it lovely?
wait, isn't that blasphemy?
No, of course not. All the gods favor one particular look or maybe have a chosen people, but they're still grand aspects. They represent fundamental truths and concepts in the world, and Mithras' life and fertility, so every culture has their call
Oh,
and reason to worship the gods. In this case, ancient dwarves just made Mithras appear to be more like them.
oh, she's like a cat folk.
Normally, but gods can take any appearance they want.
Oh, right, she had a boy.
Oh, did she finally give birth? Well, I imagine so. It's only been so long. She was
Well,
pregnant when I
she
went to
was,
bed.
yeah, and I think it was like 20, 20 some while ago that she actually gave birth, and he's like he just points at herself like me, and it's like um, mm, uh, merchant god.
I see. Well, that's good news. I'm very happy for her. Perhaps that explains why Dwarven statuary was at one point very obsessed with very pregnant Mithras statues.
Well, I think it's because you say from she in Canton.
Poor Wovar.
Mm, no, that was the dwarf.
Well, no, I mean, obviously,
Yes.
but Mithras and Wovar were, at one point, something of an inseparable couple. Sarris will gesture vaguely towards where Maury's sitting.
Well, oh right, yeah, Murray. He's nice. Murray's nice. But yes, uh, old old smithing for, well, the more advanced, like ancient techniques. Like I know we know about like cold iron and stuff like that, but is there anything like that and stuff here?
No. We have late bronze, early iron, and a tremendous collection of stoneworking. Stone artistry, I should say. If you want more modern smithing techniques, something related to extravagant metals, nothing dwarven in here. We have some.
No, other. Like I said, other. Not like elf or
Mm,
I don't know, maybe lost Minotaur stuff or I don't know.
there's plenty of books in here on cold iron and the Rejan tradition.
Yeah, like metallurgy. That was what I was talking about. Sorry.
Yes, if you just want general metallurgy, we have a collection.
Yeah, like some of the rare stuff. I feel like cold iron is it's very specific to one place, so that stuff hasn't really gone out
Well,
to like the
it
rest
doesn't
of the
have to
world.
be specific to one place. It's, well,
Well, it is.
I guess now it probably is.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm trying to say. Well, it's there's like that's what I mean. Like what you think maybe like no, everyone has it. It's like that's could be like lost art.
Yeah, I'll put together a selection for you. See what I can. I'll see what I can come up with. I just made myself sad again.
That would be good. Well, think about it. You're like revitalizing.
I suppose, but still, just Sarris will sort of flick her little blue tongue out, thinking that frost drakes are so rare that cold iron's only the region now.
Well, think about that. You're like the you're now the if Mithra is like library. No, it's if Mithra is like life and stuff like that. That makes you like the Mithra library or library Mithras, right?
This is.
Because you can give, you can give life to new knowledge and from old and stuff that can be saved. See?
Yeah, I see. Hopefully grandmother will approve of such a use. This library was never meant for mortals. You're all just special enough to get access anyway. And August.
Probably been just sitting there taking a fucking nap.
Yeah, August fell asleep an hour ago. So yeah, Sarris will put together a collection of books on metallurgy instead of on dwarven stonework, although she is very insistent that you should take the funerary mask book
Oh
too.
yeah. I'm taking the fucking stonework books.
Okay.
Like as well.
Is there anything here on
like we're getting some
making
fucking
golem?
culture in here.
On making golems?
Yeah.
That is in the restricted section. Why do you ask?
Because when we delved into both Igniferus and Almanotha, both cities had these great stone guardians that are tied to enchanted necklaces to command them. Like this one I've got on my like this one I've got right here.
Oh, that's pretty. So what? You're thinking of making new ones to protect one of the cities?
Yeah, if I'm going to try and make a place for Minotaurs to resettle and maybe start a new Manotha, I need some kind of need to be able to maintain those guardians or make new ones.
I see. Well, I can find a book on that, sure. Just be aware that it's
Oh,
not cheap or easy.
I imagine not.
Sarris,
Huh?
Hashat,
Ursula?
Hashat, you didn't tell about the library, you know that.
Oh, I guess so.
Oh,
Those books are all spoken for, though, I guess.
I just sort of assumed Manotha's library
Well,
was still there, since she gestures at the book in August's lap. I mean, that's
It's,
great and all, but that wasn't exactly the world's most prized collection there.
well, these days it is.
She glances around. Yeah, definitely.
This isn't. I mean, this isn't a. This is a special library.
That it is.
Like you said, not meant for mortals.
Oh, if you listen Italian, neither is Del Manotha's, but fair point.
Well, he can't say no.
Oh, yes, he's.
And you can say no.
I suppose that is true. All right, let me go find a manual on golem crafting. This won't be the ritual book. Those are not allowed to give out, but I can give you a book on the theories behind it and best practices.
Okay.
You
Besides, those books are all mine by right. I mean,
will return and hand you a quite heavy set of tablets
oh,
bound together with iron, which indeed appears to be a. It's not how to make golems, but it's what to do with golems that you've made and what processes to go through before you actually ritually create the golems, best materials to use, ways to construct their bodies in the optimal ways, that sort of thing.
okay.
That'd probably be useful on my snack.
that could technically be useful if, like I said, if you give all that information down and just give it to Snake, have her go through that and see with her own capabilities of doll crafting, okay, you will literally just make soul dolls of incredible quality. Will literally be like Super Saiyan, like flesh soulcraft dolls. The golems that you create.
For what it's worth, it's. If I have my times right, the tide should have gone back down by now.
Really?
We've been at this for hours.
I guess that's true.
Do you need to, go down and get Rejan and Teresh? Did you want to just leave them here?
No.
We do have to move
No.
them.
They are going back. That was a promise, though, that I think was to bring them back.
Yeah, we have to put them somewhere safe until we can take them to. Wait, are we going to take them anywhere? We were going to take them to the island, right?
First of all, can take them to see their goddamn mum.
Oh yes, right.
I promised that I would make sure, if I had to, by the ears, drag them back to see their mother.
Right. And then we put them in hiding until we can deal with the Dragon Knight.
Well, hopefully once we're back outside again, Mori can, like, ask Sinatra real nice if she could just do us a fucking solid and save us that trouble.
But then we wouldn't have to go to the Holy City ourselves. And that would be cool.
Yes, we
Oh,
still need to
okay.
go there because Tarnavak and fucking
Yeah.
Sarris right here.
Going to there would obviously be great. I'm just saying, it would be nice to also not be in the interim worried about a Dragon Knight Zealot.
I agree with you on that point.
Real quick, is this an in-character or out-of-character discussion?
Sorry, in this case it was out
I
of
think-
character.
Okay, yeah. So what's, like, the alternative proposition then to, like, if we don't bring them to Nahia Island for a bit, what do instead?
Give them with their family where they belong, so they can, start over again like fucking grown-ups.
Yeah, but then they get murdered by Dragon Knight.
Which is why I said that, just poke Senatrea to solve that issue there so we can make our journey down to her without being imminently worried about Dragon Knight murdering them. Like, if that obviously can't be arranged, then yeah, on my island, whoosh they go. I'd obviously rather they didn't, and I'm sure you would rather they didn't have to, because that's where your daughter is right now. And they currently are not sensible enough to be considered parents.
I mean, it's just, I really doubt we can, like, get any decent contact with Senatrea.
Without going there personally.
Yeah.
Then I'll fucking sail them down to my island. It'll be a brief stop in Ivara then. After the fucking temple, please. We're like right here.
I mean, I thought you had already agreed to at least a couple of people zooping down to Ivara because, there's Hashat's crown to be collected again.
Yeah.
And some of us
only
have
literally
exhaustion to
It would take
burn off.
a day to go to
Yeah.
Ivara and come back.
Okay. Well, we can sit in.
Bar town. Tail.
Yeah.
I'd like to just stay here, to be honest.
I
Show
mean,
you a
there's no
great big
reason to
frickin'
not.
nerd.
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 There's no reason you can't stay in. I mean,
Yeah.
this library is probably one of the safest places to be.
Yeah.
So
And as well, Sav, but can you bring us to, like, the province map again real quick? Okay, yeah. Actually, Scowl?
Mm.
Like, no.
No, this one. Twin Temples up here to make my goddamn sword. The one directly
Oh,
above the Dale.
Oh, I thought.
No,
it
the
was
other one
Jay's
is for Herova. The other one is for Herova Quest. I'm in no rush to do that. That's basically Nahia's postscript once everyone else splits off to go deal with the Hobgoblin search.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is Twin Temples to check the Talion thing with the book and get my goddamn sword built. And so, like, we were, like, literally a day out. So I was just like, I really don't want us to fuck off completely, though, before I just take the quick swoosh up there and sort that bit. I'd be a bit gutted.
Sorry, this whole time I had thought it was like the same location.
Oh. Ah. No, that is her request and independent of everything else that we're doing.
Okay.
So what did I miss?
Oh, discussion of what do.
When I was talking about the getting the sword made, Merz thought it was like over there by the giant's graveyard as opposed to the one that's like right up here.
This is conveniently very, very close by, actually.
Would like to stop by Twin Temples, teleport to Anders Bay, make sure that MILF Mum sees her kids are alive and well, or well enough, and then can charter a boat from there or Ivara down to Mid Island.
I would honestly say get them directly from Ivara to Takara. Do not bring them to somewhere. Like, don't bring them to Anders Bay.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll have to wait until we're done at the city.
Yeah, let's not risk Sir Cunting Face having, like, good intelligence.
There. I will just ask Mithras real nicely if she could let a worried mother know that her Babs is safe.
Yeah, Mori can get the message across when she presumably discorporates again when she leaves here.
Cool.
Can't she also, tell Senator about, like, can you call off your rabbit murder dragon? Really,
I
please?
could, yes. I don't know if she will.
And there's also the concern that we've previously expressed as to how much he's still listening.
Even if he is listening, his oath is likely not fulfilled until he brings Sarris' soul to Senatrea. Whether it's in the sword or her body is perhaps irrelevant. It depends on the wording, I suppose.
He's gonna be so fucking gutted when he just gets like a pager from Senator, like, oh, they just turned up, quest's off.
Quest completed.
Yep. Gets the quest completed notification. He's like, wait, pardon, sorry?
Just throws helmet off, stamps on it. God damn it. Been all that
Fucking
effort.
shit, how?
You guys been all over the fucking country looking for this shit.
Sorry, he just
Well,
didn't have, like, Manifest Adventure or Destiny.
No, it's more like, this is why you don't run solo. That's why you get a fucking party, because that's why you get more resources. Simple.
I mean, low-key, he kind of wanted to party with you guys, but nobody offered, so he's went on his own.
Yeah, if he wasn't like, I'm gonna murder their children. Like,
He came on a bit too strong. He needs, maybe after we meet again, we'll update him on, like, maybe he hasn't been on, like, the dating scene for an incredibly long time, so he doesn't really know how to come on, like, not too strong.
Look, you guys are adventurers. You guys have fought these horrible war monsters before. Why would you not want to date them?
I showed you my sword, please respond, is basically what he was doing, and I'm not about that.
Exactly. It's very confusing. But anyway, so what is the plan right now?
Okay. So, Ursula, Hashat, the siblings, and Nahia, are you going to Ivara or staying?
That's a thing.
If Nahia's getting them put on one of her ships, then it's probably easier to do in person.
True.
Or-
Although I have enough faith in my company's ability to operate, or at the very least, my boat's ability to operate.
Yeah, I could literally just pay somebody to just trade one. Yeah, it'll cost like, oh, we're not going there anyway, so drops
We-
100 gold. How about now?
No, we don't want to use. We don't use Johnny
Not
Public.
matter. Yeah, it's OPSEC.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just the case of like Yoke and the Waveshon do another trip down to the boat. Like, yes, I can do it. That's fine. I'll turn up and I'll buy some like nice treats to deliver to the island with them as well.
Yeah,
I'll come along.
I mean, if you trust your sailors enough to do it just via a letter, then you don't.
I mean,
have to go.
if we're teleporting
it's up to
like if we're teleporting like right back up here again, or traveling right back up here again, then it doesn't matter if I go or not. So I'll go. Might as well have direct control.
Yeah, it takes us only 8 hours to get back here anyway.
I just don't want to set the precedent that for some reason my ship literally is incapable of operating without me, even though they've got a very good pilot and a first mate.
And it's they've also run this fucking tour back and forth so many times.
Yeah, at this point you don't need to journey roll for Dethickdale or to Takara. It's just unless something weird is going on, it's probably just fine.
You can
Alright, let's
waste
see.
your time away me over it. That'd be dandy.
Oh yeah, your crew's fantastic.
Yeah, my crew is incredibly good.
Plus, it's
Like
good
honestly,
season
what
and
I should be doing is funding them up to like actually actually work the business while I'm still busy doing adventuring things, and just give my first mate a bonus.
Regardless, so unless there's anything like RP specific that needs to be done in Ivara, then Hashat can retrieve Valeria's crown, in which she is happy to be returned. Rejan and Teresh can be stuck on a boat and sent to Takara. They are willing to sit there for now, given the dragon situation.
Yeah, we'll let them know that they are, in fact, sir, you are being hunted.
Yeah, surviving would be nice. I guess the big question there is, Tarn, do you tell them Cooney's going to be there? And if so, do you have any special instructions in that regard?
well, there's the thing. There's like 2 places we currently have there.
You can
Yeah.
indeed just send them somewhere else on the island and never have them interact. It's true.
Yeah, there is the Salamander village, and then there is the port up in the north.
That said, the Salamander village is in the north, around that port.
Yeah, I thought the Salamander village was like adjacent
Dust
to
is,
the
yeah, the
port.
Palace of Dust isn't constructed yet. Like that's literally being built like as we speak by large quantities of workmen to build a big goth temple like that goes underground. Like that's that expensive long-term work. The Salamander village is attached to the port, which is the north.
Are you
Yeah.
sure? I have this vague memory that it was on the side here.
My house, my house and a warehouse is on that side of it. And also Rahit's tower.
Yeah, because I remember we were walking along the side here when we dropped the building on top of the
Yes.
Underbander.
That was a ruined one, though, and quite
No, it was just-
rotten. And
Yeah.
that was why we could collapse it on her, because it was, not up to livable conditions anymore, really. The only place people are currently living is around the port, and then other bits of the island are being brought up to inhabitable states.
Yeah. So the reality is there's two places they could stay. They could stay, in my home, which, well, fair enough, it's in range of Jalis, or in the village. Kuni is there, but it is also in range of Jalis. She's smack in the middle for obvious reasons. She has her own nice little snake home. So it doesn't matter. It is up to you. You could probably keep them away. I will happily sacrifice my personal space for the sake of less awkwardness in life.
I'll have to have a discussion sooner or later. I may as well just... So I guess there's a thing to roleplay out before they even leave for Ivara, Savin.
Okay. So yeah, you can go downstairs and bring Rejan and Teresh up. You swing back over to the map so you can see everybody. It's been several hours of them downstairs together.
I think I would go downstairs to them.
Okay. So just...
Because as much as I like the rest of the party, this is a
Is the parent moment? I gotcha.
Yeah.
All
yeah,
right.
but this isn't a public conversation.
Fair enough. So yeah, you can go down and find them there. Sitting in one of the large private rooms off on the far flank that you guys didn't have any reason to explore earlier, but you find them readily enough. Teresh will give you a slight up nod when you appear in the door.
Mind if I come in?
Please. It seems our home is your home now. Push over a small stool for you to sit on, which optimistically will support your weight.
Well, take a seat and do either of you smoke?
Rejan will lift a hand. He still looks quite dazed and out of it, but managed to say, yeah. If I didn't before, I sure do now.
Then is it alright if I light my pipe?
Nod.
If Rejan has a pipe, I'll offer him some tobacco as well.
Yeah, he's got a quite ornate one. Looks like a dragon's mouth lifted up to the heavens.
Yes, you mentioned it last time, actually, didn't you?
Quite probably.
Yes. Once we're lit up, take a puff, and we need to talk about Kunigund.
Yeah. Yeah. We'd heard you'd, took her in after Kadar. Thought you were keeping her hostage, but Teresh says that's not the case.
Hmm. I can be a bastard at times, but I couldn't go. I don't think I could ever go that far. She's a good girl. Will grow up to be someone.
Yeah, that's why we've stayed away. Figured she deserved better than us.
There is, before I get to talking, there is something I need to ask.
Go on.
Your siblings, right? Blood?
The two of them exchange a glance. Yeah, and yeah, you've got it right. We, long time ago. One time, and, yeah.
Alright. It's not the first time it's happened. I'm not going to moralize at you. I just needed to be certain. Because, there are some sicknesses that can arise from that. And
Yeah.
I know to keep an eye for them.
I'd like to say if we realized what could have happened, we'd have done different, but then we wouldn't have Kuni, so it is what it is.
Alright. So yes, you've heard right. I've taken her in. And more, given as far as the law's concerned, you've been gone long enough that you're basically considered dead. I've adopted her properly.
We knew that would come someday. And have any expectations of swooping in someday and saying, by the way, we're your folks. Hope you don't hate us for abandoning you.
Well, you left her with someone who cared. Was a good man. You picked right. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not going to hold it against you. Hey, you left her.
You should, but alright.
No. No, I really shouldn't. You gave her to someone who actually gave a damn. And who wasn't going to get himself killed on some foolish heroic mission. Given what you ended up trying to do, it was the right decision.
Yeah.
But that does mean in the end, it's me and mine that are going to be looking after her. Now, I want to know, before I carry on, what's next for you two?
I've got no idea. Everything I've worked towards since I was old enough to heft up solar celebration's been turned towards killing that bastard. Now that Sarris is gone and he's out of reach, I don't know. Just crawl in a hole somewhere and die.
Well, that would be a waste.
Hardly doing the world a service.
No. It would truly be a waste. You have a fine spirit. I've had to stand against you, and I've seen where you have faltered. But I know there is good in there. And really, I mean that. What about you, Tarash? Have you thought about what's next?
I thought I was going to die in that duel. Honestly. When this was all over, though, if I'd won, all I wanted to do was just go and find Goonie. Say, bring her home, but that's never realistic. Just be there for her.
I see. After this long, did you think you could go back and be a proper mother to her? And I know that sounds judgmental, but
No, I
please answer honestly.
don't know. Never raised a child, really. We gave her to one of our father's friends, and she was just a babe in arms. Always wanted to be a mother, but I'm a fighter, not a homemaker. Wouldn't know where to begin. Besides, she glances at Rejan. He doesn't need to know where she's from, who we are, and what we've done. I don't need to burden her with that. No one wants to think their parents are monsters.
No, but the fact of the matter is that I am, well, if you can continue to be as reasonable and as rational as you have been today, I am not opposed to you seeing Cooney and to some extent being part of her life.
Both of them look surprised. Rejan almost flinches, though, and Teresh will say, What do you expect us to tell her, though?
That you went on an adventure to try to kill a monster, and along the way you made some mistakes. And at the end, well,
She's a smart girl. She'll ask what that monster was before long. I don't want to lie to her, but the odds do I want to see her.
there's an art you'll learn. You don't lie to someone, but you don't tell them everything all at once.
Elizabeth has always been good at that. Always still felt like a lie to me, but I guess that is what you do to children, to protect them, right?
It's only a lie if you make them think that what you're telling them is everything. Just tell them there are details they aren't ready yet.
He's not old enough to understand, right?
Yeah. As long as you tell them enough, and you trust them, they'll trust you back.
Well, at this point you've got more experience raising her than we do. I'll take your word for it. And I guess that's what comes next for us. Going to see our daughter.
I will not be there with you. She is,
You trust us that much, huh? After all this.
well, my wife will be there. And I and she will be quite capable if you betray my trust.
Yeah, we heard about the sword. Yeah, I see your point. Line thing's formidable even without a sword of vengeance, but yeah.
Yes. CUNY is staying on Nahia's island. It's where we'll be sending you for now, while the rest of us go and deal with the night that's after the lot of you.
The scry-proofed island, right? That's smart thinking. Dragon slaying sword to keep that paladin at bay. Yeah, that can work. Oh, just in case, maybe we ought to keep some distance until he's satisfied. That bastard does somehow find us. Better Cooney not know who we are just yet.
Hmm. It seems reasonable. Well, before you leave, I'll give you a letter to give to Siggy. Cool. Show her. Well, explain to her the trust I have extended to you. And when the time comes, Well, I think that's everything, actually.
Alright. Then we'll get out of your hair and go to Takara then. Teresh will hesitantly put a hand on your shoulder and say, "Thank you, Tarnavak. I know you have no reason to treat us this kindly, but from the bottom of my heart, thank you for everything."
In truth, if I treated you any less than this, I would be a hypocrite. Oh, I did not pursue my mistakes did not go as far as yours, but they existed and they still cost lives.
I understand. Then we'll see you on Takara then.
Aye. Well, I shall see you there.
She gives your arm a squeeze. Pick Rejan up by the hand, who's still visibly quite woozy from the teleportation. And two of them will ascend.
And see Ursula standing there with crossed arms, waiting.
Stop in the stairs, hand in hand. Ursula?
Teresh,
Is
Rejan,
something the matter?
lifts her hands up and make a hand motion for Rejan to step closer.
The two will exchange a look, but Rejan will do so, releasing Teresh's hand.
Savin, what was the name of the Kunis caretaker? I guess that I'm shit with names.
Oh god, let me go
The old dude there.
look up that up real quick. It's been a hot minute.
Her uncle, the one who died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Let's
don't
see.
remember.
Ayub. Yeah.
Ayub.
Yes, I opened her character sheet and it said it on there.
Oh.
Yeah,
I just popped
Okay.
open the map.
yeah. Okay. If Rejan is close enough, just grab him by the fucking collar. And I'll punch him twice in the fucking face. The first punch is for Ayub. The second one, she lets go of his fucking shirt and punches into the fucking. That is for the fucking Emperor Worm I had to jump into to save people.
He spits up some blood. He doesn't say anything. He slumps against the wall for a moment, reeling. And that's clearly the end of it. Thresh will put her hands around his shoulders. It's okay. It's okay. Come on.
Just gets a little black book of grudges, strikes it out twice. I've been sitting on this for a long time. I still have a few left. No, but this was for Ayub and the people.
No one's going to say that wasn't well deserved. Once they get upstairs, speak with Sarris briefly, or unless anyone wishes to speak to them further, they'll just gonna quietly try and leave.
Oh, it's time. All right.
Oh, I have to write a letter and give it to them before they go.
Oh, I sort of thought that before they went upstairs, but yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, he
Get
could
that
have
written.
passed a person, given that person is the one that has to, transport people back.
Yeah, actually, you guys have a boat ride to do. It's now going to have to be in
What do you
two
mean?
waves. There's,
What do you mean boat, right?
I mean, you guys are on a
There's-
sandbar right now. You have to get back to the mainland.
No, you could do a circle on the sandbar.
Oh yeah, I guess you could all just teleport back to Ivara. That's fair.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm going.
I mean, a lot of us are staying here.
It takes 8 hours. Wait, it will take about the same time for you fuckers to get to town, and it will take us to get back to town.
Not quite, but yeah, it's. You won't be waiting in town long if you go shortly.
Last call.
Yep. Also, I'm sure Mario will want to, reconvene with reality.
Yeah, Maury's like, get me the fuck out of here.
Tassie, do you want to stay here with the nerd brigade? Oh, and read some books, or do you want to come along?
Well, if you're taking me to the Temple of Wovar, which I hope you do, I'll just save myself getting eaten by the earth. Thanks.
Sure, you can head to Deathwick Dale then, I guess. We'll be there pretty soon.
Sure.
Yeah. And then, here's the best part. These fuckers have never experienced. We're not gonna say jack fucking shit.
That's just mean.
It's always funny
Yeah.
to see the reactions of the first timers.
Are you taking Sarris or August? I guess the better question is, do you want either of these two to come with you to the Twin Temples?
Would
What?
Sarris like to at all? I know she's been stuck in a sword for fucking ever.
Sarris still has like multiple levels of exhaustion to restore. Like you only get one back per long rest.
Didn't she get milk?
No, she just said no.
No,
thank
she
you.
turned it down. She knows what came from the source.
Yeah, but even if she got given a milk, the milk only did like
Would only
one exhaustion.
She's got like
So,
3, I think.
yeah, like both of us had 3, so like after milk that's 2, so like straight
You
up
can drink
we
multiple milks.
I was only offered 1, so
I can make a lot. I can make like 5 a day.
I was only offered 1. But in any case, I'm look, let me have the excuse to stay in the library for another full day.
But you're not getting a full day, remember?
I am.
No, you're literally getting like a couple of hours at best.
I'm taking a full day because I have a rank of exhaustion.
It's not a good idea to go into what is possibly a dungeon with people having ranks of exhaustion. Not a smart idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a safe location. You can do long rests and recover exhaustion.
The nerd says, rock hard in the middle of the library.
I will
It's
pass.
just ignore the books on elven mirrors and draconic alchemy and magic and my backpack has always been this bulgy, mummy.
Does Nahia want to come along, or has she found some nice books to enjoy?
Let's see. I doubt Anaya's going up to the Twin Temples, given all of the other people who are probably more adept for that. So, yeah, she'll
Okay.
just get teleported unless you want specifically to bring her to the temples.
No, that's all right.
Well, she's safe again in Navara with the whole house thingy now.
Yeah, I mean, also, me and Nahia have a home together on the island. Like,
Yeah, I mean, she can just go
That
there
is
if she
true.
wants.
she is
Yes.
her own
Uh,
master. I wouldn't dare boss around my fiance. She's incredibly strong and independent.
Yeah,
No,
that's right.
she's very independent, but not very strong at the moment.
No, she's plenty strong where it can.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, she can.
Tarn, at any point over these last several hours, have you mentioned giving Sarris that suit of armor you were talking about? Because if you had, then she would go pick that up anyway.
Yes.
Okay. Then yes, Sarris. Go on Team Teleport to get a free suit of armor. Because, fuck yeah.
That means she also gets to rest some, and we get to bring, the last Italian knight into the Italian temple.
Okay,
Yeah.
so your companions for Italian Temple are these nerds then?
No? Why would it just be those nerds?
Well, I mean,
Like-
the combat ones.
But these, like, we're sending party members down to Ivara and then they're coming back up. Why could, they not bring sluts back up with them?
I mean, they
Because
can
some of
bring
the
them back.
sluts
I'm
stay.
just basically I'm asking which two companions do you want to be your on the team for exploring the temple? For dungeon exploration.
Alright. So it is called the Twin Temples.
Yes,
Remind me who are
It is
the two.
Talion and Wovar.
Okay. Then yes.
Okay. So yes, everyone can go back down. Anaya has no particular affinity for these, so she will probably go with Teresh and Rejan to Takara. Obviously, Sarris will go and come back, but she is still exhausted. So she will just kind of follow you guys around in there. And Mori will return to Borb.
Yep.
She will.
Oh yeah,
observe-
Marie's on Takara as well right now, playing around with.
Yeah,
So that's good. And
I
I
will-
can help keep her
Oh.
company and make sure that the dryads are growing up big and strong.
Sword again, I'm trying to remember. Right, Cassie could have cast like Great Arresto on Sarris before like long rest, right?
Theoretically, yes. Does she have that spell prepared, though?
And also, it is 100 golden diamonds.
Oh, yeah. So, no.
Oh, no, it's 100 gold, not 100 SP.
And it doesn't matter. It's still money that's, not really necessary.
It's a bunch of diamonds.
It's a bunch of diamonds that could be,
Smoke.
instead of being spent, could have been utilized in the ancient art of patience.
True, but she doesn't like milk.
Sarris
Yes,
is...
but we could just take another day and be nerds more.
Yeah, and unless you are going, unless Sarris is about to be directly physically threatened, she is content to actually just take a few days to stretch and recover on her own terms. In addition to her exhaustion, she does have a minor concussion and also a lot of mental baggage to unpack. And she is perfectly happy to spend here in Comfy Library or wherever that is not, violencing.
That is true. Like, we literally could just come and study for a couple of days, like, get your stuff, let everyone recover, so everyone gets like a day of research and book reading and stuff like that.
Yeah, if you guys want
Done.
to just spend a research lore downtime action here each, at least those of you who are staying here the full 3 days.
Do I have to spend money for it?
No, this is Sarris's stronghold. She will let you borrow it.
Okay, good.
Indeed, if it becomes clear that you guys are going to be spending a few days here, Terrace will probably just stay with you guys and just ask Hashat and Ursula to bring the armor back up.
Yeah. Oh, and we can bring some food for August because I don't think he's packing, always packing lunch with him.
August will just shake out a backpack full of an adventurer's kit. I look like a fucking amateur to you? What the hell?
No,
It
but I
just
figured
looks
you'd
at-
be more used to not needing to eat.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was. That was a problem before winter. Now I have returned to the joys of sandwiches.
yes.
Hardtack.
But then I look at what type of ration does he have?
All of his rations are either sandwiches or pemmican. There's
What
there's
you
the
mean,
there's
there
the
isn't like
fresh
a
rations
special
and then there's the
ribbon-wrapped
emergency
box from-
rations.
I'm sure there's like a little ribbon-wrapped box from Eri that's just like a bento box.
Oh yeah, no, he already ate that one. Yes, but yeah, there's an.
Oh yeah,
empty
actually
bento.
that literally happened. I forgot about I like sat down after the duel and literally had like a pleasant lunch while
Yeah,
they were
after
unconscious.
beating the shit
I
out of
literally
Suresh.
forgot about that. He had a post-duel bento box.
I am surprised they aren't all that, really.
Just a deep sigh, and I pull out. Remember, I fed him one ration, like Elmer ration that I bought before. I still have some of those that we bought in Naramate.
He'll just wave you off. I'm fine, really.
So I can't offer you some of these delicious rations.
I have sandwiches that my wife made me. These are perfectly nice. Thank you.
Okay. Can I offer you a bottle of elven wine?
All right, that I will take.
There we go. Just take off the second to last one. I got the emergency bottle left. Just in case. Thank you. So we all get some research done, and we get there, and I get to read up on a lot of Dwarven artistry. But I could actually have Mason's tool. I could actually do some of this shit. Forgot that actually I do have Mason's tool, and I'm proficient with it.
You could indeed learn to stone sculpt like a ancient dwarf.
That would be quite profitable. And enriching, cultural enriching. Oh yeah, you can write down in what they call 70 fat letter on the metallurgical books and where you can find them.
Yeah, you can just get a selection of metallurgy books and dwarven ancient sculptor books. They're yours to reference. It turns out the return
Right, so-
policy from the Draconic Library is measured in decades.
Oh shit, that's quite fucking useful. It would be like, oh yeah, return it in like a week's time. Oh.
Yeah, I
return
mean
it like
it's a week for a
40
dragon.
years. Yeah, like come back, return the book in like 50 years or so.
Yeah. The late fee though is stupendously large. It's like 100 GP per week after.
For 50 years.
What happens if you go like 100 years without returning a book?
That's 2 weeks. That's 2 weeks of late fees. That's 200 GP.
No, the late fees are measured in normal people time.
Oh, okay.
Do not be late for bringing your books back, or the dragons will find you.
Do they have like normal people caps? Of like after 8 weeks, you just pay back the cost of the book?
No. This is
How
turns out
horrifying.
this is how dragons
Dragons.
hoards are assembled. It's actually just late fees from the library.
Amazing.
Really good tax returns. Jesus fucking Christ, so horrifying.
Oh no, Scow, it isn't.
Was it not? Shit, and then she needs to arcane focus, I think.
Yeah, it should be. It's rationally her sword, but raw, no. They need a separate one.
Okay. Let's see here.
So yes, she is proficient in calligrapher's tools, and yeah, would like to have like a little gem focus or something.
I'll get one of those hands-free like ironstone focuses instead, seeing as she uses a sword.
Here's the thing though, but it's also good that she can just poke her head in and, send a prayer to, grandma and all that stuff. during the times and, actually get some time for people to, and, Mori and shit.
Let's see. Yeah, so Sarris has her own magic sword, which also has a ranged attack opposite to it. So, yeah, just adventurer's kit, calligrapher's tools, some means of not freezing to death while she's adventuring, and she's probably good to go.
She's an icy type, right? So it just needs to be normal clothing.
So she's the product of a red and a silver dragon boning. She
Okay.
is
She'll need winter clothes.
Yeah, she has an icy appearance, but is in fact aligned with fire.
Doke.
So nice breath attack roll.
It's a real nice roll right there. Let's see here. And you know what? So she has a family to fall back on if shit gets dodgy. I'll grab her a signet ring of the house so she can get around. I need to stop making those popularized amongst the people that I know. I feel like I should give all of the party one of those. Because Nahia sure
One of
intends to
what?
be in business for the rest of, ever. A signet ring.
I'm going to have to get one of my own. What
Yeah,
are you giving out
tradesies.
ones?
So that you can call upon the Losstaker services at any time. Because, yeah, Nahia's looking to be in business for, fucking ever. So that's probably going to come in handy as far as a family line's concerned, 100 years down. That and
Okay.
they're 2 silver a pop, so it doesn't hurt to do signet rings. So I'll have a whole bunch of them printed up.
Okay.
Just let me know how much that would cost, and I'll look the people's in.
Let's just call it 50 silver for all this stuff.
Sure. Let's make it 75 so that she can have a lifetime supply of something fun. Nahia's is coffee. What do you think would be hers?
I mean, given that she is a scholarly dragon, it's clearly really shitty novels and stuff. Or considering where you are, probably a bunch of newspapers so she can catch up on current events.
Sure.
Just loads
Okay.
of.
In fact,
of
if
print.
anything, there's got to be
Get her a subscription service.
Yeah, I'm gonna get her a subscription. One of those almanacs that do coverages of decades and stuff.
Excellent.
Oh, you can probably just get a collection of almanacs.
Yeah.
Just cover the past fucking century.
Probably. Yeah, I will throw that on as well. Make it 75.
Although I will be honest, at that point I feel like 75 silver is probably a bit of an undershot.
Yeah, that's enough to get her started
100.
with the first books.
Considering the timeline of events, I don't believe you'll be able to get anything past a century from the current time right now.
That is true, actually.
least-
as far as printed news that can be almanacked, sure, she's missed a lot of history, but that has also not all been very clearly recorded. So honestly, 25 silver probably is quite close. There's probably the full collection of every almanac ever compiled, all 5 of them.
I mean, you say that, but in the real world, once the printing press started to get properly going, the Farmer's Almanac came out every 2 years.
That's a good point.
It's kind of incredible, really, if you think about it.
Yeah. All right, make it 100.
Okay. We'll certainly get her started. Dragon gremlin noises. She acquires new books.
No book. Knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, consider this. She lived 1,000 years before the printing press. Like, the idea of, even as a librarian, getting a new book is super exciting for her. Now it's like, oh, you can just get new books all the time. It's great.
Yep.
Drooling dragon.
Bloody hell, it wasn't even every 2 years. Even from its start, it was just annual.
Cool. That said, I don't know that she's strictly interested in farmers' almanacs. I think newspaper collated history almanacs aren't like more than.
I mean,
I'd have thought a few years stretch collation.
Well, newspapers are a weird thing, but they, like the printing press started with like holy books, and newspapers came so much later.
Same. No, regardless, yeah, I'll get the whole heckin' lot, and gets a nice signet ring as well, so that if she's ever in the shit, that'll get her anywhere from Ivara to anywhere.
Oh, also, apparently, the definition of an almanac is annual.
The etymology of the word is unclear. People examples.
Yeah,
I don't know, actually. I don't know where it says
early
for
modern or well, if you look in the early modern era, England.
Per daily volumes. Okay, all right, yeah. All right, fair enough then. And yeah, 50 silver's worth of almanacs is a good start, and more than I can carry anyway. But yeah, same applies to everyone in this party. They will all get a little Losstaker signet ring, and if you ever need to get anywhere or like make an acquisition through my company, I will take that charge on the chin, mates race style. So enjoy.
Nice. Is mine on a chain, or is it actually like a?
Oh, it's
ring?
probably on a chain for like everybody, because it would be the same size ring, and they're not technically magic, so everyone just gets theirs on a chain.
I think I would. Yeah, I think Tarn would probably have to refuse for now.
I don't know. Keep it in an envelope.
Even an envelope can be. Stolen or lost or.
Oh, right, fine.
Once I'm killed.
Yeah, okay. Once you come back from the war successful, or send one of your Imperial messengers down, I'll have it picked up. You can pick up and have it, okay? Like at the same time as well, if someone plucks the signet ring from your body and starts using it to make like weird anonymous purchases through my business, I think honestly you'd be quite grateful for the fact that they made getting revenge for you so damned easy.
More that it would. Well, if I fail, having something like that would mark you especially as someone to.
A conspirator?
Yes. A conspirator in the plot against the Empire, and someone to especially target and murder at the first opportunity. Whereas
fair
currently,
enough.
you are just an adventuring companion of mine, and therefore definitely a target, but not the prime target who funded everything.
Of course. Yours will just be unofficial, so to speak. I personally would say I'm not particularly afraid, but I would be certainly afraid for my family. But yes, everyone else can have a Losstaker signet ring.
Thank you.
Welcome to the family.
Thank
Most
And
kind.
of course, Vorn has to get a little Talon ring.
Yeah,
Because
Born will.
it's shiny. Like, how can I not?
Yeah, as soon as you finally leave the orrery, Mori will just, like mid stride, just pop into bird form and return to your shoulder.
Nah.
I'm
Gonna
gonna
get
give
them
you.
gentle talon scratches under the feathers.
I was just gonna give Nahia a noogie. Oh,
Oh.
thanks.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, right. I get myself a block of rock. Let's see if I can. Following the instructions here, give me advantage. I do like this.
Are you gonna try statue? Oh well, I'll be damned.
It's quite good.
Look at that. Masonry is art. It's not just floor tiles.
I mean, you, Hedrah, you said you had advantage from something?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
had
she's
books,
literally got
actually.
literally got a book of dwarven statues like in her hands for learning how to do this.
Yeah, I would think a 24 is slightly better than quite good.
I mean,
Okay.
you're still reproducing something out of a book, so it's not like culture changing a work of original art. But yeah, for an incredible reproduction of like following the techniques, absolutely. Ursula has a tremendous natural talent for this, it seems. When she starts
Oh no, we
striking out on
found
her
her.
own.
She's the dwarven equivalent of the counterfeiter.
Oh no.
She's gonna get in a drug fight with Chow Yun Fat.
No, she's just. Well. What's the word? Ursula Angelo?
Also strong. Also, DCL, if you haven't seen the counterfeiter, I recommend it.
I have not.
It's some good like kung fu-esque crime, but with more gun shooty than would expect.
Anything with Chow Yun
Oh,
Fat
sounds good.
usually worth a
And
watch.
it is weirdly weird arty because it's all begins with like the highest tier of art forgery back when recreating money was changing into a new science. So yeah, very cool.
Sounds voodoo though. I spend like $5 just to watch it. I'm cheap.
I'm sure it's free
Anyway.
somewhere. Yep, sorry.
But yeah, I think it seems like a good place to kind of wrap up. Teresh, Rejan, and Nahia heading off to the island. The rest of you can spend a couple days here in the library while Ursula, Shot, Nahia can trundle back. And then next time, if y'all want, those of you who are staying in the library can put together your research questions, and then we'll head off to the temple.
Were just a couple of quick things I wanted to do.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah.
Right, the proper research questions, of course, I'll get you over the week, but there were a couple of roleplay things I wanted to do. One that I would like to just do as a role, if that's all right.
Sure.
That is just progression with Sarris from friendliness to gentle flirtation.
Sure. Yeah, you can throw a persuade check at that.
Sure. Can I mark my exhaustion off first?
Let's see. How many?
Would you like advantage from Nahia wingmanning you?
You're not going to be there for most of the time.
Sure.
So you did take the milk, so yeah, you can get rid of your exhaustion first.
I was going to pass on our way out. I was going to pass another bottle off to Szooth to just give to Tarnavak. I was considering giving my bottle of brandy to Sarris because she looks like she might have some drinking to do, but that probably wouldn't do good for her concussion.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. But if with another milk and after the 1 day's rest to recover one exhaustion, she'll probably be mostly past.
She's not drinking the milk, but
yeah, but she'll be mostly past her concussion, all right?
yeah, she's gonna recover one exhaustion a day, so give her a couple days, and yeah, she'll be mostly over the worst of it.
Yeah, it's just something I realized I had in my inventory a moment ago. But once she is past her concussion, she might enjoy.
Such as
a bottle of millennia-old elven wine.
Sarris will thank you for the offer, but given her recent situation, she's somewhat nervous about consuming anything that has the potential to alter her mind, such as getting drunk.
Fair.
Is very, very taken with having her thoughts to herself for once.
Did we?
You got it at the end of the session with Tiamat, so that was the session before last.
Yeah, we've spent ours since. I burned mine literally on all of those dialogues last session.
I've still got mine.
Yes. Also on, not dying to. Well, I say used it on not dying to the fucking circle, but I just double nat one it, so I had to indomitable it.
Yep. That was a roll.
That was a roll.
Yes. So yeah.
So Kina, still, you got what you said?
Yeah, I'm picking up Valira's crown.
Oh shit.
Oh,
sorry. I just looked at the time. I still wanted to go to the corner store before it closed.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'll make the roll without.
Kina,
Can
can you give that?
Hmm?
You said you had yours. Are you willing to
Oh.
part that with?
Yeah, sure. You can have my inspiration.
Thank you. I'm not sure if Marek can help,
With flirting, probably not.
Well,
He
it's
is a nerd.
so is Tarn.
All right, so you have disadvantage now.
No, wait a second. Tarn's a nerd, Sarris a nerd, Merrick's a nerd. It's
No, she's not a
perfect. The nerds
nerd.
know
She's
each
just a
other.
librarian, guys. She's no. Don't
Yeah,
bully.
but yeah, she isn't a nerd, but she is a scholar and an intellectual, and God, we actually have so much in common.
You
Yeah,
do, it
She's a
turns out.
scholar intellectual. You're a scholar intellectual. Merrick is a fucking teen scholar and intellectual. It's like, of course he could fucking help you.
Yeah, it does turn out, indeed, you have a lot in common, you draconic scholars, you. Although Sarris is very awkward about being flirted at. It's not that she's unreceptive necessarily, just it becomes very apparent very quickly that she has no idea how to respond to this. Is doing the best she can, though.
Yeah, I'll keep it very gentle, not push her at all, but present the interest.
Yeah, you get a feeling if you pushed at all, she would probably just freak out a little bit. So yeah, good call.
And the other thing, I wanted to head down to Tiamat's grave alone.
Sure.
Because there was, well, I don't know if she's listening, but there was something I wanted to say to her.
Yeah, you can slip away from the others sometime in the evening and head down.
Uh, well, Tiamat. This wasn't how I hoped it would go. When we left that place, I didn't expect it, but I hoped deep down that we'd end up together. Either you escaping to our time, or even if we had been in yours, I'd have been happy with that. You were very good. Moral, strong, wise. You were everything a dragon should be. You lived up to that, even without us there. All the stories, all the histories. They speak about the good you did. The lives you saved. So many ways in which you made the world a better place. And all the gods, I wish you were here now. We need someone like you. But since you aren't, since you can't be, I'm trying to live up to you. So I don't know if you're in any of the gods' dreams. I hope you are. Or you're in some special dragon dream somewhere. Either way, I hope you can hear this. Because you've shown me that it can be done. Back then, just by the strength of your character, by the smile you had and the warmth in your heart, despite everything they'd done to you. Now, through everything you accomplished since, even if you can't hear me, even if your soul has gone on to a final rest, I will try to make you proud. I'll try to make the world of today worth all of the fighting you gave it in the past. Yeah, with that,
With that, Tarn, you hear a sound in the room. First, some tiny part of you thinks it might be a shifting of these great draconic bones. But your ears are keen enough, and you soon realize it's footfalls receding up the stairs. Too large to be any of the companions that had stayed with you, save Sarris herself.
flap my wings just come up to the level of of Tiamat's head and just rest my brow against her snout for a moment before I head upstairs.
Rock on. That is a beautiful ending image, I think. Somewhere off, Sarris is trying and failing very hard not to cry. Yeah, the lasting cool impression of bone upon your forehead. Go ahead and mark inspiration, Tarn. Well deserved. And as for everyone else, let's do experience.
Okay.
All right. Did you discover a new and interesting, explore a new and interesting location for the first time?
I don't think so,
Nope.
unfortunately.
Not this time. Did you discover an interesting truth about the world?
Nope.
Elven architecture.
We already knew that existed.
Yeah, I don't think that counts as new or interesting.
God, it definitely doesn't count as interesting.
Sarris learned a lot of new interesting things about the world. Not us, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah.
everything Sarris learned, she learned from you already knowing it.
Well, dwarven statuary, I guess. Death masks were involved.
Actually, yeah. There's a lot of dwarven cultural stuff that came up from their primordial days. I'll count that. Did you make a new ally or lasting enemy?
No.
Sarris was already a ally, so
Yes, Sarris is all
What
of your
about the other
best friend
two?
now.
They took up Hashat's offer of joining her whole deal.
and also being involved with Cunnigan's life.
If you guys want to move Rejan and Teresh up to the ally category, I think that's fair.
It's a certain it's a certain subcategory of ally. Like, I'm not going to rely on them in a battle, but
You're relying on them in the emotional battle to raise a teenager.
yes.
All right. Did you advance or complete a quest?
No.
No. I do think this session was basically just spent RPing, which, while awesome, did not really advance any quests. Did you discover a new page in a companion story? Yeah, Sarris is now equipped to be a companion, and yeah, you learned more about her
Rife
and
with
all of her
pages.
stuff. Yeah, she is
A whole
rife with
almanac.
pages.
An almanac in a companion story.
Yes, she is. It's a little draconic almanac. All right, that is 3 experience, everybody. And Sarris gets XP. Yay!
Yay.
So
What level is
44?
Sarris?
Sorry,
Yeah,
what was that?
44. What level is Sarris?
Sarris is 11th
Life.
level,
Cool.
and
Back
she's
in
not
her
a silly mortal, so XP, go, burr.
But yes, it's 424.
excellent. Yeah. I'm not going to be around next Monday. Absolutely zero chance of it, I'm afraid.
Okay, that's cool. We can have you and Sarris chilling in the library for a bit longer. The rest of the party braves the first bit of the temple.
Oh, I thought the temple was clear. I was thinking this temple.
No,
Last temple.
this is the library. Next session, you guys will be going to the twin temples of Talion and Wovar.
Oh, okay, that's the one I was thinking.
Yeah.
All right.
See,
And
3
shit.
XP, everyone. Shoot. And if you're
Alright.
watching on stream or YouTube, thanks for tuning in. We will see you in a few days for Sav&D. Until then, take care.